All right, I guess I'm just about on time. I'm not technically on time though, because I was gonna be here earlier and I didn't get done with lunch, and then so I decided to bump it up, and now I'm starting at 1. So whatever. I don't know if I ever get the hang of getting here on time. Consistency, yes. Uh, Time consistency, no. Well, I guess um, daily consistency, yes, but time consistency, no, I guess. Anywho, let's go to here because I am now, yeah. Welcome back to anybody that's listening, which apparently is nobody right now, and that's quite all right. I actually don't really expect many people to actually, oh, that's right, I gotta have my desktop audio on because, to anybody that's listening, which apparently is nobody right now. Okay, in which case I need to actually mute my audio in YouTube because I have a YouTube stream running. To anybody that ends up watching this later, and so yeah, so 34, 36. That's 2 frames every 2 frames. Let's kind of pull that back a little bit till we get to 4 frames. Okay, till we get back to 8 frames. I could leave it at 8, but the only problem is that it would definitely take too long. We'll try until we're at 16 frames. That. There we go. 16 frames. And I think I'm going to try to. I don't know, I'm going to try to. I don't know. Okay, so basically, what I've been trying to do is I've been trying to cut down this. It's like a uh, 15-minute deal of me reading out my outline here, and I don't know if I strictly need to do that. Maybe I shouldn't, but I've already started editing. I tried editing out all the spaces, and I'm getting pretty close here. So I am um, going ahead and deciding on going through with it. Uh, that may take all my time today, so that would also explain why people aren't going to be in here. So, okay. So I'm going to just be doing a lot of the same stuff. I'm going to actually be trying to cut out spaces, and in this case, I'm going to be doing that here. And let's see some here. Let's hit just locals. Okay, we can actually half the time I can actually just like pull the ends here. So let's go ahead and push this all the way over. And there we go. And okay. So I guess let's remove some spaces here. Okay. And so I've got, let's see, I've got my list. Let's see, where was I yesterday? Um, right, the list was done. I was gonna start coming up with names. I was gonna try to get the AIs, uh, either Chat GPT or Grok, and primarily right now I've been kind of using Grok lately. Um, let's see some here. Let me get to this. Hold on. Um, and this. And let's actually do this too. But I was hoping that I could get Grok to actually come up with, or either that or ChatGPT to come up with the names for the rooms because of the text I had in there. It should be pretty self-explanatory, but I guess I mean, I could say that it was partly my fault for not giving more context or not giving more like rules or examples or something. But maybe that is part of the problem. But I'm just coming to realize that since that I was trying to get it to come up with something on its own rather than like do something. Like I'm sure the code stuff can do real well. My numbering thing it can do real well. In fact, I had it. Uh, I had asked it Grok to essentially number all the rooms. Like they were actually numbered. They were actual numbered, and I had it go in and change the number with a close parenthesis. To actually change that to actually read like RM and then the room number in 3-digit format with leading zeros, uh, and then an underscore because it's going to be part of a file name. And it did that, but what it also did is it didn't put any spaces in between anything. So, um, but that was like towards the end of the day, and my free B for Grok was up until like 6, which in which case I'd actually be offline then. So I'll have to come up with the room names. I guess I'll probably have to do a lot of the tedious stuff that I was hoping to get it to do. I still can get it to do some of the codier type of thing. Whereas I need to come up. Okay, so each room will have a JSON, and it will also have a nested door object in the JSON. So I'll have to come up with. I'll have to do like it once, come up with it like a template kind of deal, and then I have it generate all the JSONs. And the other thing I was thinking about doing maybe is I don't know anything about Python. Well, I know a little bit about scripting, so I could figure out how to use Python, but I really don't know how to use Python in context of actually making it do stuff. So I was thinking maybe I could get the AI to create a Python script that I could run that would actually literally take my list, turn it into JSON, and into multiple individual files. I don't know if I can get it to do that, but I presume that is probably possible since it's the programming language that a lot of people seem to use. And I'd also thought about possibly. I've been wanting. I wanted to kind of learn Python, just so maybe I could maybe add some features to the VO sequence editor here. For instance, the silence removal. Silence removal should be relatively easy, and I'm not saying it's easy for me to make a program that does this, or to write the code to do it. What I mean is that audio editing programs have had this feature for years where it can remove silence. So it can remove things under a certain frequency or a certain volume, and for a certain duration that you set, and then it could remove all your silences for you. And I was thinking maybe I could actually get the AI to write me the program, or write me the script at least, that I can put it into Blender like an add-on. Instead of me learning how to write the add-on, maybe it could write the add-on that would allow me to remove silence in strips, basically. It would have to also be able to delete the corresponding video to the audio if they were connected. So that way everything would still be in sync. It's trapped. So I mean, if that's possible, see something here. His dad is. And if that's possible, then I could make an add-on without actually coding it myself or knowing all that much about Blender itself. That would be, the silence thing would be really useful, and it doesn't actually take AI, like I said. A lot of audio editing programs have done that, because all it does is it just takes frequencies out. It doesn't have to read or process anything or whatever. It just it just has to take something of a certain like I said, of a certain frequency or a certain volume. It could be just based on volume. So if the volume's too low, it would cut out. You know, it's just a noise filter, noise gate thing. You know, they use that like in Audacity and places. You can have it silence stuff. So anything below a certain range, it will automatically put in silences. Literally put in silences. Then you should also be able to at the same time do the thing where you can remove all the you can remove all of those silent parts. So that's something I wish I could do instantly, but still be in Blender. I still like wanted to use Blender, but Blender video sequence editor needs a few like quality of life improvements. Basically, I need to be able to speed down or slow down or speed up the preview playback. So when I play it, Trap in the Gnome Kingdom at the night school. See, if I wanted to get if there's something there was talking or whatever, and I wanted to chunk out a piece, but it moves too fast, I should be able to play that slower, as slow as I want, and then I can get like really accurate edits if I want little small areas. That would help. That's one of the things that would help. The other thing, of course, is the ripple editing, which it already has kind of a snap to thing, and it doesn't really work like ripple editing is supposed to work. It would be like a tool, like over here on the left side, you have the select box, and then you have the blade tool, right? You'd have a third tool here, which would be ripple, and you turn on ripple, you toggle ripple, and then that way you could just cut things, and it would automatically fill in the gap without you having to do anything. You know, without you having to be like ahead of the cursor or anything like that. It would just automatically do it. You could also insert things that ways, and you insert it where at the playhead you want it to be inserted, and which should automatically split the strip and insert your thing right where the playhead right where you want it to be, essentially. And then would push all other clips out of the way, and that's how ripple editing should work. So that the speed up thing, and then there was something else that I thought of. Well, the silence thing would be a good help. It doesn't need to be AI. It can just be a script that goes in and reads the waveform and then cuts the corresponding audio and or video. So, okay. And yeah, like I said, today I'm not going to get that many viewers because it's an edit stream for one thing. And for the other thing is not necessarily posting it in as many places. This still concerns my game, so I'll still be talking about my game. I just won't be developing my game right this second. I actually really want to get I want to get to the code part. Okay, so basically what I need to do here, let's move this along so I'm actually still actively working on the edit while I'm speaking. So okay, so for each scene, which is a room, I'll still say room. I always want to switch in between like the different things, but really room is the data structure. It's a not room object essentially in Redot. Uh, so everything's a room. If it's an outdoor meadow, if it's a hallway, if it's a you know if it's a big dining hall, whatever, it's a room. You know, if it's an amphitheater, it's a room. If it's forest, it's a room, right? Change of location, time, time and location essentially. Uh, it's a room. So these rooms, I got 92 rooms so far. That's for this is for the linear portion, right? The linear portion here uh, is 92. When I start adding in actual decision points, then it's going to be even more. So I have to have all these files. They have to be in JSON format. They have to have all the objects. They have to be able to create the scene, instantiate the scene in Redot, and um, and then anyways, yeah, and establish it and then switch to it. And so for 92 of them, that's going to be pretty tedious. I am going to have to go through every single room anyways, manually, because these are just events that happen. There's no flyer language. There's no real actual dialogue. There's no narrative to it. Uh, I'll make it a narrative. I think what I'm going to do though is I'm going to do the choice part first, and then I'll do the choice part first, and then I'll start adding the actual narrative part. You know, I'll start making it sound good and be like or more like a regular story. Because there's no need in me spending all that time doing that, making this beautiful book, and then I probably won't stop. I may or may not get burned out, but it's probably better if I just get everything done before I start. It's like polish, right? It's like a regular game where you got graphics and stuff, and you use placeholder graphics. Well, this is placeholder text essentially. So I have to do all the placeholder text, make sure everything works, make sure all the linkages work, make sure it plays through before I actually add the actual text to it. Anyways, phase two means I'm going to make the directional controls separate, which will cause me to have to kind of reconfigure everything. But also, what I might do is I might go ahead and start by, how to say it, might start by making it 3D text. Now, I can always do overlay text. Well, I don't know. Maybe I should just leave it as overlay text because if I leave it as overlay text, when I start adding graphics, I'm not going to be. That's not going to be the text, anyways. There's going to be kind of limited text in the graphical version. Not that there won't be no text, especially if you don't have sound on, and especially if I never end up getting to like voice acting and stuff. So I will have the ability to have text in the game, but yeah, because I was thinking, yeah, I guess I'll probably leave that like it is. I think because graphics aren't coming till some graphics aren't coming till phase four, and that's going to be a ways down the line. Phase three is multiple player characters, um, and then I have to do something for it. It's going to take a little while. Uh, so each phase is kind of designed to not overwhelm me, so I get a little thing. Like for instance, the directional controls and the choices is going to be kind of a big change, but it's going to be not too big where where it overwhelms me. But I'm gonna have to go through everything and say, is this choice, is it lead to a direction, or does it actually do something in the scene? Really, it's gonna probably mean it moves the bulk of it to the bulk of the choices to the directional controls rather than to choices. Actual choices won't be as much. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, here, let me play this little clip here so that I can see if I need to remove space. And then gates entrance to the school. Entrance. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I'm still editing this, right? So I gotta edit this. Entrance to the school. Actually, let's cut a few small spots out of here. To the school. And here. And right now, I'm just making sure that, yeah, making sure it's all completely tightened up. And then gate entrance to the school. All right. So hopefully I can get through this today. We'll see. All right. Let's try this. Gonna be some run-on sentences here. Okay. And actually, let's just do the thing here. Instead of if I easing the end actually takes longer, I think, than actually just cutting it and deleting it afterwards. So I think I'll do that from now on. After asking around, he learns a princess was going to speak at Princess Prep, but never made it. Someone tells John the knight. Okay. The knights are using real weapons, and dragons are terrorizing small. Terrorizing small. Okay. Small village. Yeah. I gotta listen to some of this because some of this is actual words. Some of these are actual words. It kind of registers as not basically. Come on. No, let's delete those. Yep. See, I'm talking straight through this little segment. It doesn't look like I'm going to get that much tighter. Oh, yep. I'm not sure why it does this. Maybe it's because it's too big for memory or something. I probably have way too many edits in here. So what it does is the memory gets filled up real fast. Oh, let's forget that. Terrorizing small. Okay. The first. All right, let's get this. 146. Down. Stop. Okay. All right, there's that. Stop. Stop. Stop on the. Stop on the. All right. That. All right. So right now it's getting kind of iffy now. I almost literally don't have any room to cut out any more spaces. Okay. Darn it. I wish I'd cut doing that. Because I gotta get it, drag it to a specific position, and this thing wants to close it if I accidentally select stuff. Princess Prep. Princess Prep. And we got some two wide things here on the ends here. Alrighty. Okay. You have to kind of see how some of this sounds though when I get done. Stop on the princess's tour. The Grand Enchanted Landing is the first stop on the princess's tour. Wait a second. Stop. Oh, this is supposed to be deleted too. That's right. The Grand Enchanted Landing is the first stop on the princess's tour when John sneaks into Prince Prep. Zanzibar does some more shows. All right. Yeah, some of these is a little bit too sharp, but you know, I've been doing this for too long to kind of like worry about it being too cut off. If it's real bad, I'll go back and try to edit it a little bit, but if it's not, I'll just not worry about it. So tending and max attending and one with max attending and manage attending. All right, do like that. Then we'll delete these. Okay, and go backspace. Does some more shows. One with max attending and manage. Huh. Okay, let's do something here. 0, like that. Let's go ahead and put attending back into the. Does some more shows. One with max attending. Attending. Here, we'll do it. Okay, so we'll shrink this a little bit. And then what I'll do is I'll cut out this a little bit, kind of on purpose, and we'll do this. One with max attending and manage. That works. Good. I like it. Okay. So, not a lot of actually, let's do something here. Let's move it just this much. Actually, let's move it that much. Okay. See, there's not a lot. Like, I've already cut out a ton of the silence, of the kind of silence in between words and stuff. So, got it. I hate it when it does that. Here. See, right now I'm just doing the tiniest segments now. Max. Okay. And let's see, anything else in here? Oh, just these the in-between scenes here. And let's go ahead and delete those. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. And where is... Just note it. Just note it. Okay, let's see if that works. And manages to steal from him without notice. Max later finds his money gone. Steal from him without notice. Max later noticing. So let's go ahead and that. Without notice. Max later steal from him without notice. Without notice. Okay, that's all right. This can actually be like that, and I can do like that. From him without notice. Max later finds his money gone and then confronts. Okay, let's save that. Let's select all these and realize I can't cut anything else out of here either, because I did a very good job at cutting most everything out. Let's see if I can manage to do this here. And yeah, I guess there's not really much for me to say about my game when I'm actually not actively working on it. But I guess I could say I'm going to try to... I'm going to try to... I'm going to try to start doing some more visual type of work. For instance, I'm going to try to, sometime in the near future, maybe after I get some of this into code, before I start doing like the choices part, I'm going to try to I'm going to try to start doing stuff like mapping. Like there should be a map of Enchanted Lands, so I kind of have an idea of where everything is supposed to be situated. I might try using AI imagery to start doing some concepting. I'm not really interested in I'm not interested in the AI doing everything for me, but maybe to give me the ideas, and maybe I can start by doing traceovers and deconstructions. Like I could have it, for instance, the castle. I could have it do me several castles images, and then I could pick it, and then I could maybe I could tell it to isolate them as shapes or something. I don't know how well you can manipulate AI imagery to your liking, but if I could have it deconstructed into like basic shapes, then I could paint over the basic shapes, draw over them, and I could create my own art off of that. Tax collection for Mac. Okay. Yeah, it's getting pretty thin here as far as for Mac. For Max. Okay, so let's just go ahead and take some of this out. Let's take this out. Just like that. And then that. And that. And that. Yep. I guess pretty boring stuff here. Okay. I don't know. Hopefully, I can make these interesting enough for more people to kind of, so I can actually start gaining subscribers and whatnot. Oh, come on. Okay, it moved. Yeah, I know. I'm definitely not winning friends through this. To Phil catches up to Phil. Chester catches up to Phil. As Chester catches up to Phil Brenz, he tries up to Phil Brenz. He tries catches up to Phil Brenz. As Chester catches up to Phil Brenz. He tries. I can't tell what I'm saying here. I must have edited that too much. For Max. As Chester catches up to Phil Brenz, he tries. Catches up to Phil. Let's see something here. Up to Phil Brenz, he tries. As Chester catches up to Phil Brenz, he. Interesting. Pack collection for Max. As Chester catches up. As Chester. As Chester. Okay, I can actually delete. Well, here. There we go. Some tackle action for Max. As Chester catches up to Phil. Actually, I can probably delete this because this is just a sign. As Chester. As Chester collection for Matt. As Chester catches up with for Matt. As Chester. Doing some tackle action for Matt. As Chester. Collection for Matt. As Chester. For Matt. As Chester. Oh. As Chester catches up. Some tackle action for Matt. As Chester. It's supposed to be for Max, but it doesn't come off as Max. That's alright. As Chester catches up to Phil Friend. Phil Friend. To Phil Friend. Catches up to Phil. Alright. To the Phil Friend. To the Phil Friends. He to the what something old friends. I don't even know. I could go to the actual line, but we'll leave this like so. The Phil Friends. He. Okay, I guess I don't care that much about it. You know, got to move on sometime. So Okay. This is probably the last time I'm going to do this kind of editing, though, for sure. Okay, so tries to break them out of the spell with some 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 spell with some. All right. Tries to breathe fire. All right. Okay. So yeah, it's like it's like I almost shouldn't worry about any of the rest of these spaces because there isn't that many, at least not that many big spaces. Oh, it freezes up on me every time. Of the shinies. When that doesn't work, he tries to breathe fire on them. Okay. And there's some more. There's some spaces here that apparently didn't get to the last time around. So let's see if we can remove some of these. I'm hoping to get it down to at least, as low as maybe 12 minutes. I was trying to hopefully get to that, but I don't know that that is possible here. I'm already on minute 47. Okay, let's do that. There are some good spots in this particular strip. Not that many though. Here, let's just do this one too. I see. Nope. There we go. Okay, and okay. So yeah. So just I guess in order to keep this lively, I guess I'd go ahead and repeat some of the stuff that I probably have said before. If you've been listening, like Rook, if you're in here, you probably already heard it. So, but maybe I'll go ahead and say it anyways, just so that there's at least a little bit of talking here. Kind of the one thing that I don't care that much of when I see developers streaming is oftentimes they'll just be doing their thing, and it's fine because if you don't want to talk to anybody or you don't want anybody to talk to you, you're just showing people or whatever. That's okay. I mean, that's like your prerogative, right? But I get bored fast if I'm just watching them do stuff and same repetitive stuff, which likely you're getting bored just watching here. But speaks if you have something at least to listen to when the watching part is boring, then I think you get more out of it and you kind of stick with it more. But so I've actually had the idea for the game since like 2005. I don't know if I didn't have like all the pieces. It was like it's probably around 2010 when I started messing around with AGS. I was going to do a prequel, and then I couldn't get that off the ground. I never seem to get this stuff off the ground, and basically when Chester speaks. Chester speaks. Okay, I gotta leave that in. Um, so yeah, I just been wanting to do this like forever. But even if this is really super good, I don't feel like I feel like there's way too much competition because you're competing with old games, you're competing with free games, you're competing with uh, fairly cheap, fairly inexpensive games because they're indies and they don't charge as much maybe as the big AAA guys do. So maybe they don't need to charge as much, or maybe just because they want to provide you a good gaming experience. Um, there's like abandonware type stuff. There's like the Exodus, so I can play all the games I want. There's kind of legally gray areas for getting games like abandonware. Um, so it's a lot of competition, and I guess to do pretty well on Steam, you have to have a ton of wish lists, and it's a process, and it's just like there's so much competition. It's kind of interesting here. The barrier to entry got dropped. Like okay, so like originally, programming was like this black art, right? And only these really highly intellectual like computer nerd types did it. And then they started, they put the basics and they put the things they released the computers to be made to be programmed like right away. That's why you had basic on everything. And eventually it got to a point where it wasn't like so much like this black art anymore. It was more like just a kind of a skill that you could do, and almost anybody could do it. And then 3D comes around, and um, soon now budgets are ballooning. Amount of team members begin to balloon, and then soon nobody could get into really making games anymore because they kept raising the bar, and like I said, they control. You had to have a huge amount of money to do these big productions. At least the mainstream ones did. The indie market never kind of died out exactly, but at certain periods it did kind of like slow down like a lot. And then and like you had to pay for everything. You had to pay for all the engines out there until they all started like open sourcing them, right? Because they found out that open sourcing or not necessarily open source per se, but they start giving the engines out for free, then you're more likely to make games with them. And then if they have a like a licensing thing on the back end where like you make a certain amount, then they find out that they make more money. So then now we're in this day and age where it's actually super easy to get into programming because now you don't sometimes you don't even need coding, and sometimes AI stuff can just write stuff for you. But but now because it's such a low barrier to entry that um, it's just there's so many there that you can't necessarily even make a living like you could. Back in the day, you could actually do pretty well because there wasn't so many people making games, and you didn't have like 20 to 30 to 40 years of games to play through. You know, so I figured the guys that are making the money, uh, whatever they're doing, usually make it through crowdfunding. The crowdfunding thing, right? Like Kickstarters. Sneaks into Wizard. Um, but crowdfunding isn't just like Kickstarter and Indiegogo. Crowdfunding is like Patreon and you know PayPal donations and whatever. And so the ones that really make the money are like the YouTubers. The YouTubers are really making the money. And I don't mean the big Mr. Beast types. I mean just kind of regular, average, everyday citizens. You got the political ones. You got ones that make that do other stuff like tutorials and stuff. They're actually doing good, but they don't really do that great off of like ads. Let's see, the holo. I bet I can cut that out. Um, they don't make so much money from ads, like they used to. They used to be pretty good in the early days of YouTube. I mean, anybody could get on, and if they got a following, I kind of wish I would have really somehow was got onto it, because the early days I didn't really. I posted stuff from my games, and some people liked them, and you know, like triple digit views, and but it wasn't that great. It wasn't anything that would mean anything other than some people liked looking at my game development. But I almost wish I would have somehow found a thing or embraced this earlier, or even 5 years ago when I was starting to do this very same thing that I'm doing right now, which is streaming development of my game. If I could have broken it down into the small manageable pieces like I'm doing the phases, I probably this would probably be done by now. I was expecting about 5 years, and that was 5 years ago. 5 years ago in 2020, you know, and this wasn't due to the pandemic or anything, because COVID really didn't affect me. I have social anxiety, and we don't have that much money, and so I'm at home anyways most of the time. Most of the time, that's what I'm doing. I'm at home by myself or with my dad. I mean, it's always with my dad, but I just mean by myself, meaning not many other people. Like, I don't go out or anything. And so COVID really wasn't that much different than regular for me. You know, they said, "Oh, you have to wear a mask, or you can't come in or whatever." I'd be like, "Yeah, I don't care." Of course, down here in Florida, they didn't really enforce any of those like mandates or anything, anyways, which is kind of cool. But you did have the occasional crazy person come up to somebody that's not wearing a mask or something. But yeah, but even when I tried to do this, the 5 years, or it was 2019, so I guess 6 years from ago, whatever, 5 or 6 years ago, I should have been done by now. If I would have thought about doing this exact thing that I'm doing now, and I did it consistently, I probably would have had it done by now. But anyways, so I was figuring that maybe I could make some money by doing the YouTube thing, right? Extensive, and it has to be something extensive and well extensive dwarf extensive and okay. I guess I don't know. I guess I'll leave here. I'll cut a little bit of this out. So I figured, why not make some money doing what I like to do, which is okay. So I've never liked programming, really. Coding, I never liked it. Always frustrated. Why? I'm not dyslexic or anything, but there's some that somehow I wasn't able to learn stuff real easy, and I just kept banging my head against the wall. If you ever talk to anybody that used to talk to me on IRC years ago, GameDev.net's IRC channel, or even Let 'em Dare or Let 'em Dare channel, and knew me before, they tell you how frustrating it was answering my questions, because I'd ask the same question over and over and over again about certain things, collisions or whatever, and they would tell me some stuff, and I would continue to ask them. Why? Because it just never stuck. It wasn't that I was trying to be a jerk or anything, but it just, I somehow I just couldn't get my head around, and it's just a big pain in the butt just trying to code anything almost. And I think eventually most of them got tired of me. Into, but gets into. All right, let's just cut this little bit out. Um, so and it wasn't anybody's fault. It's just I didn't learn stuff, or I couldn't learn it, or didn't learn it correctly, or whatever it was. I used to, a long time ago. I used to would open up a book, and I would do every single example, and I would never copy paste. I would always retype in the program, even if it was just well, I wouldn't always. They present a program, and then they'd add something to it, but I'd always retype it in whenever it was. you know, a new listing in the book. And so that's how I basically learned some basic programming, but I was never really that good at it. And I always come up to these impossible walls that I'd hit this wall. I could just figure out what to do, and then I shelved my game, and then I probably never go back to it again. I've never had a project that I actually went back to. You could say that I did that with this, but really what I did is I kept restarting this one, so it's a little bit different. But yeah, I never liked programming. I liked getting games done. When I make my game, when it finally comes all together and it works and people like playing it, I like that. I kind of like that feeling of really being complete and not just completing anything, not like completing some little deal and say, "Oh yeah, I did it," you know. But actually, when I made my Tetris clone, any decent Kingdom, Kingdom, any decent programmer would probably be able to whip up a Tetris in like like a few hours maybe. I mean, they really would. It would take it takes days and weeks and stuff to do anything basic. I mean, it took me forever just to get my head wrapped around how to do the rotations and stuff, and eventually I settled on pre-rotating an array for the pieces. And I eventually got it done, and I was pretty happy about getting it done. Although I never wanted to do another Tetris ever in my life because that was just a pain in the butt. And so yeah. But the reason I kept programming though is because I can't make games if I can't program because I can't hire anybody because I don't have any money, and I don't have any money because I don't make game. You know what? It's like a cycle, right? Maybe if I had a job, a regular job, um, I could eventually saved up enough to hire somebody to help me do some things. But as it was, I couldn't. So that's why I was doing the programming myself. Um, and I'm still doing some of the programming. I'm be doing the programming for this for quite some time. Although now I'm gonna see if I can get AI to help me with some of the programming tasks. But so I'm kind of going, well, I still want to get this game done. If I want to get it done, I should just do it, and I shouldn't worry about trying to do small projects or whatever. Even though I'm not really that good of a game developer. But and I was going, okay, so I want to make money making games, but I can't really make money with games. Really, you have to be really good, and you have to be lucky, and you have to know all the marketing and stuff. And I was going, and the real money it seems to be with the YouTubers and like Patreon and stuff. So and merchandise and that sort of thing. I figured, you know what, I'll still do this. What I'll do is I'll focus on my main goal is to get a get this YouTube channel up and running and developing a game for it with it, and then I figured if anybody liked it enough and wanted to see the process and was interested, uh, that eventually I garner enough support that that maybe they would support me. Maybe they would send in a Patreon or a donation or whatever it is. And it's still my goal. My goal in the future is to get my internet paid for by by something that I do on here, like this YouTube channel. Anywho, um, so yeah, so I'm not chasing the marketing. I'm not gonna try to make my game. Uh, I'm not gonna try to make it have specific things that kind of make sure that the algorithm trips. I can't really make those kinds of videos, and if it's a one-off video, if it's tutorial or it's a single project per video thing, you know, I made Super Mario Brothers, but from Bowser's perspective or something. Um, in 24 hours, or I made this game in 7 days, or I did this impossible thing, and then you do it, and they're usually pretty entertaining. They're not really that informative, although my original goal was not to necessarily make purely informative, like tutorial like thing, like this is how you should make a game. My original goal, my original target audience, and now I don't really have a target audience right now other than just people that get interested in this exactly. But my original target audience would have been people that like behind the scenes stuff, you know, and people that like to maybe go to the arcade. I know we don't really have arcades anymore much, but go to the arcade and watch somebody else play a game, and but they like doing it. It's not because they can't play it or they don't have money or whatever. They just they sometimes they like watching people play. I used to like doing that. I always liked to watching behind the scenes movie stuff, or at least back in the day when they weren't reliant on computers so much. They had to do everything manually, and I thought it was really cool back in the day. Um, Now what was I getting at? Um, oh yeah, so you, you know, I someone that watches the audio commentary, that likes watching the audio commentary, somebody that likes watching movie credits. And actually, I don't like to do it anymore, but you know, back in the '80s, into the '90s, um, maybe even up into the 2000s, I loved watching the credits, partly because I had read about the different aspects of movie making, and partly because I kind of recognize, particularly the special effects, though, special effects, visual effects. Um, I really like the old school, like optical effects and mechanical stuff and in camera stuff that they used to do. Um, Here's a useless piece of visual effects trivia. Um, they used to have a rule, at least at Lucasfilm. I don't know about other places, but they used to have a rule that you weren't supposed to show a matte painting for more than like 3 or 4 seconds, because otherwise the audience could pick it up. And like when you watch some of these movies, these older movies from the '80s and '90s, you'll see a scene that looks really cool, and then later on you'll find out that the background was mostly a painting, and you're like, wow, that's so real. But like when you have time to look at the painting, you realize it's just a painting. It's a really good painting, but it's just a painting, and it's in fact half the time it was a really quickly done painting. It wasn't like, I mean, they might have waited for months for oil paints to dry or something, but um, the turnarounds were like fairly quick when they painted those matte paintings. And so when they came into the digital realm, uh, the first movie to hold a matte shot for more than 2 to 4 seconds was Die Hard 2. It was the end sequence was them at the airport. Um, you know, after all the planes had landed, so it was all the planes and John McClane's there, and his wife is, you know, um, Holly Gennaro, Holly McClane is there, and they what they did is they did a digital zoom out. So they started close in and then they pulled back, and that was actually they actually built, they actually created Photoshop, the original Photoshop. It was Industrial Light Magic. It was John Knoll and somebody else uh, who had created Photoshop so they could do some of this effects work. It was actually for visual effects, and that was the first place that they used it. Was that, and so then they essentially they broke their rule about the no 3 or 4 second matte rule, and it it's almost like they kind of killed what made some of those old visual effects kind of special, because now they do matte paintings more and stuff, and then later on when we got into 3D, now it's not even like a standard actual painting on glass, you know, physical painting now. It's digital, and we have the digital look and all this stuff, and we sort of lost it. And anyways, I thought that was kind of interesting, and that's the sort of stuff I liked reading up about, was how they did that. You know, like Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. They had that big giant vat of water that pours out, and and uh, and then it goes through the tunnels, and that's when Indy and Willie Scott and Short Round, they're running through the caves and then they have to run out because all the water's unleashed and starts pouring out the side of the mountain. Well, the shot where the vat or bowl or whatever you want to call it tips over, they had to figure out how to make it look like real water, not look like a small bowl because it's like, it's like a few feet maybe. I mean, it might have been big for a bucket, but not nearly as full size as the real thing. And so they had to do a certain kind of slow motion to make it to where it would kind of react naturally, like as if it were really that size. And they had to mess with the focal length and the depth of field, and they had to do all these kind of calculations and stuff, physically do it um, to pull off the scene. And so I used to love that stuff. So when we started having computer effects, I was kind of like, not that interested. And then later on, the computer effects, they kept getting better. They kept looking like computer effects for a while, and um, yeah. So whenever I looked at computer, it didn't interest me. And what I mean is, I don't mean computer generated imagery in general. I mean, when I look at something, it's realistic enough that it tricks my eye into thinking I'm looking at something somewhat real, but at the same time, my brain knows it's not real, at least in those early days. And you're like looking at this computer generated thing, and so literally it did a thing where I didn't like looking at it, kind of thing. Now, it's not to sound like completely weird, like, oh, it burned my eyes, my brain, and I didn't really like looking at it. I just mean that there was enough there that my brain told me there was something wrong, and I literally didn't think that the computer generated imagery looked that good when I looked at them, versus something manual. In fact, I got into an argument in it was a long time ago in like the 90s, when Babylon 5 was actually still on the air, and mid 90s. And I was arguing with a guy who was saying that how much better the computer looked, because remember, Babylon 5 used Video Toaster to generate its images. And for the time, it was really impressive. For a TV show, it was actually pretty impressive. And for um, computer graphics in the TV show up to that date, it was actually state of the art. Is actually pretty cool. But he was arguing with me about how great and how realistic it was because he could show all the detail of like the explosions and stuff, whereas the old models were like they're just pieces of plastic and they didn't look real at all. And I was trying to get across to him, it wasn't the fact that it looked real because it looked real. It was the fact that my eye and brain could tell it was a physical object. When you look at models, especially if they get the scale completely right and they don't have the depth of field so that everything's in focus, so you don't get that tilt shift thing. Uh, it looks really good. Your eye knows you're looking at an actual physical object, and computer graphics being not as good back then, your eye definitely knew that you were not looking at a real object. You were looking at computer. You were looking at generated like a cartoon. But then there's the other interesting thing, and that is a cartoon. I can look at a cartoon, and I can simple 2D drawings and stuff. Even the cheapest cartoons, and my brain doesn't do the trigger thing. Like it's like Uncanny Valley, right? The Uncanny Valley with digital humans. You look at them, they look kind of weird because there's something not right about them because they're not alive. But yet everything is accurate. The proportions are accurate. The lighting is pretty good, and stuff like that. But your brain still knows, right? And so when I look at a 2D cartoon, my brain goes, I know that's not a real thing. In fact, it actually likes the fact because now it can come up with the details, so to speak. It's like when you're looking at those like mosaic pictures where you like look up and they're little tiny pictures, little tiny frames of say a movie frame or something, and then you back away and it's like Darth Vader or something. Or you look at it like a mosaic, like a tile mosaic. We look up close, it's like a bunch of little tiles, but when you back off, it's like forms a picture. Your brain likes to do that. It likes to create order out of chaos, and so um, it's your brain's context switching on those older style computer graphics. Now nowadays computer graphics is actually really good. It's gotten to a point where you you don't really get that anymore. But back in the day, you kind of looked at it and your brain kept switching like, is this real? This is not real. This is real. This is not real. And so I literally kind of didn't like really looking at computer generated deals. But I can look at a 2D. My 2D just completely throws reality away, and it goes, "Oh, I know what that is. That's a chair. It's got four legs and it's got a seat. It's that symbolic thing, right?" In fact, if you ever read Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain, the author talks about this phenomenon where um, uh, where you the reason that most people can only draw at like a like a third grade level or something or like when they were a kid is because their brain has already said this is what a chair looks like. It looks like this, four legs and a seat and a back, and it doesn't matter if it looks real or not because when you make a realistic drawing, you're dealing with perspective, you're dealing with like foreshortening, you're dealing with things that don't given of itself don't look right, but when you look at the picture, it looks proper because it's in the right perspective and whatever. And so with the 2D image, I can look at a 2D image and my brain says, "All right, I know what that is. That you're good." It doesn't have to switch. It doesn't have to keep going switching and saying, "Well, that's real," but then there's something off about it because the 2D image is all off. So I can look at a 2D image and actually it can look really beautiful to me, right? But once you cross a certain point, then your brain is going, "This is not real," and your eyes are telling you, "This is real. This is totally real looking," but your brain's going, "I know what real looks like, and that's not what real looks like." So yeah, I don't even know why I went into that story, but so basically I didn't even used to like computer back in the day, kind of because of that, and I like it now. I still like 2D cartoons though, so it's not like and now especially the movie special effects, they look a lot more realistic because they're having to do a lot of it, and it has to fit in somewhat with live action footage, and even if it's completely computer generated, it's usually based off of live action references and the way the camera looks at things and stuff like that. So they got really good with that. But I just remember having this argument with this guy about how Babylon 5 just totally doesn't look real because it didn't look real. And my brain was telling me, yeah, the lighting's cool and it's kind of a semi-realistic lighting, but my brain's telling me there's not enough information here to describe an actual scene like you actually be looking at. You're not looking at something really. Whereas an old model, even if it's a plastic model, if as long like I said, as long as the depth of field is wide enough to make sure everything's in focus, and as long as the scale is correct, your mind goes, that looks real. That looks like a real ship. The Starship Enterprise is huge, right? And your brain kind of instinctively knows that that's the Starship Enterprise. That's a ship you're looking at, even though you know for sure it's not real. It's a model, but it's just like your eye knows it's physical, and so it doesn't have to do that fighting with you. So yeah, and I guess the reason I kind of went off on that tangent is because that is that this is why I like this kind of stuff. And so I figured there's going to be somebody out there like me that likes watching behind the scenes stuff or whatever and isn't caring so much about some other stuff. Now, I'd like it if somebody saw this and they wanted to play it and they played it and they liked it, without spoilers. But the whole purpose of this is to show you everything that goes into it. And like I said to other people before, I watched now Double Fine Adventure, with Broken Age, Tim Schafer, right? The Kickstarter campaign. Um, Now that wasn't the impetus for the game. It's just what I'm doing lately. It was the impetus for that. So when I was watching the documentary, you know, I spent the money. I got in on the Kickstarter. I got the game, played the game. It was okay. I mean, it wasn't groundbreaking. It was kind of so. It was all right. And then I get to the documentary because this is the thing that I kind of paid the money for. Really, I really wanted to watch the behind the scenes stuff. I thought they were gonna. I thought he was gonna go ahead and tell like his process, like how does he come up with the story ideas? What does he do? You know, how do they break it down? They didn't do any of that in that stupid documentary. In fact, they made sure that you didn't see a lot of the stuff about the making of it because the idea is being spoiler free. But my opinion is that anybody that paid the money to get the documentary behind the scenes stuff wants to see the behind the scenes stuff. More than likely, they've already played the game or they will play the game first and then watch the behind the scenes stuff afterwards. So you're really not spoiling anything for anybody if you tell them how it goes through it. Now, Tim Schafer most of the time was locked up in his stupid office and then he'd come out every so often, and then every so often they'd have a thing where they'd all gather together, and he explains, and they show you like one part of one scene, you know, and you know you do this and this, and then they have this meeting, and then they go back to their deals, and then they go back to showing like little clips of little effects and stuff they achieved in their engine, and they didn't even go into that much. They mostly showing the trash talking, showing them having a good time. I don't have a problem with that, but it's just that um, it wasn't as formative as I wanted it to be. I wanted it to be super informative, is what I wanted. You know, I mean, it doesn't have to be like set up like a tutorial, like this is how you do it. I just wanted to know what their processes was to go through it, and I didn't get any process stuff from that stupid thing. And so almost like I watched it, and it was almost like a waste watching it. Like I haven't watched it since I got it. In fact, I haven't played the game since I got it. You know, because the game is kind of to me is kind of lackluster. I mean, it's not horrible, but it's you know it's not it's not a Day of the Tentacle or a Curse of Monkey Island or whatever. Um, so when I started doing this and I was gonna do like devlogs, I was going, you know what? I'm just gonna say screw it. I'm gonna tell you everything. I'm gonna show you everything, spoilers and everything. Because what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to get an audience that kind of likes watching how how this stuff unfolds. So so that's where we are. That's why I do tons of talking in my streams, and you know I share the complete story. I tell you how I come up with stuff. You know, I realize I'm using AI a lot, and if I didn't have the AI, I'd be doing it myself. But I still use the same process. I still go in my head and I say, what logically? Well, he needs to get from this point to this point. Well, how do I get him to this point? Because I've already established that he does this, and this, and he can't go this ways. So maybe he has to go this ways. And I'm going, what could I do? And then there's usually some idea out of the blue, or I see something or read something, I go, oh wait a minute, I never thought of that. I could just do that because I already have this part built in, and you know, so you get to see the whole process. I mean, if you watch any of these or listen to them, and I realize that a lot of people won't. Even when I start getting popular enough, and when I start actually uploading the updates, um, I think I think I still won't get that many people watching, but if you're interested in kind of the process that happens when you're trying to come up and think of some of the stuff, then this is probably for you. All right. And I also understand there's some parts are going to be boring. I mean, that's just the way it goes, right? Some parts have got to be boring. Some parts are not going to be so boring, you know. Um, and Rook, if you're listening, uh, you're the one that primarily suggested I stream it. I wasn't even going to stream it, but I'm streaming it now. I'm in a way, in a sense, I'm kind of glad I'm streaming it because if nothing else, I'll get at least I'll get some a little bit of extra watch time in here, right? I get more people watching, and then when, like I said, when I do finally get the updates to start uploading these little updates, then I should actually get a few more people that actually will actually watch the streams, I think. Um, anyways, at least that's the hope. Anyways, I'm gonna try, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, I guess. There's nothing I could say if it doesn't work. At least if as long as I tried it and I kind of kept at it, right? I mean, they keep acting like if you keep putting in the time, eventually you're gonna get subscribers and viewers and whatever. And I've yet to really see that happening, but who knows? Maybe, right? I have seen a slight rise in how many people have been watching. They've been popping in, and not not for very long. I don't get a very long view, really, and I don't get that many views. But yeah, I mean, it's slowly happening, but maybe it's the thing that happens with everything or everybody. Maybe it needs to reach a critical mass. It's like a nuclear fission or whatever before before it can start the chemical process of atom splitting. Um, it's got to reach a certain temperature. That's why they have that hexagonal thing outlined with an explosive around the nuclear material. Um, because it's got to heat up to a certain point before it will reach a critical mass. Once it reaches critical mass, then it explodes. And so maybe that's the way that this YouTube stuff or streaming or whatever works, right? So here, let's see, captured it. Okay, but so I'm doing this, and what's going to happen? The cap captured it. The cap goes. The cap. Okay. So I figure, it's going to be a trickle for a little while, and then maybe a few more months later, maybe it'll be like a bomb. Like it'll reach critical mass, and then suddenly it's being shared everywhere, um, and then I'll have enough people then, and enough really. I don't mean that I'll go viral or anything like that, and I don't mean that I'm gonna get millions of subscribers. But what if I get 1,000 subscribers, right? You know, right now I've got 150, 141 subscribers right now, and most of those were from like years before. Evidently, either the people aren't off yet, or why they did do that? Um, what was I saying? Um, anyways, maybe it'll get enough that a bunch of people start watching. Like maybe the YouTube algorithm. I don't have hopes for the YouTube algorithm, but maybe it'll start showing my videos to more people. Just because, not because I got a boost, but just because naturally, what happens when you have so many people? There's millions of people on YouTube, so there's not a reason I couldn't have like a few thousand, right? Yeah, and like I said, I'm not talking about millions of subscribers. I'm talking about 1,000 subscribers. I'm talking about something over what I have, right? So maybe, just maybe, I'll get enough people, and maybe maybe they'll jump on Patreon. Although I don't really have anything on the Patreon page, but maybe they'll maybe I'll get people subscribing to Patreon just because they like watching or listening to me, and maybe it'll be enough to pay for my internet. That'd be nice. Much less an actual job. I don't really think, at least right now, that this is job worthy, but maybe internet worthy, and that's my goal. That's what I'm hoping for, at least. My current goal. My current goal is to get enough people that they'll want to pitch in and send me a few bucks each month. I do have my internet bill is about $90 a month, which to me is kind of high for internet. I mean, honestly, these days, yeah, sure, they go faster and faster, and yeah, I got faster speeds than I did originally. It was 100 megabits download, and now we're up to 300. And supposedly, when I get this new equipment, it's supposed to go up to 400. And that's great and all, but but it's $100 for the internet, and so instead of back in the day, now it wouldn't be maybe it wouldn't be enough today. I started we had this installed in 2019 or the beginning of 2020, somewhere around there. 2019, I think it was almost the day that we stepped in here. It's December 2019, and we had the internet installed. So it's been I don't know, 6 years or whatever it's been. And what was I saying? Oh yeah, when they made that jump from 100 to, like, I don't know if it went to 200 or if it went directly to 300, but say 100 to 300, uh they could have left it at 100 and could have dropped my rate down. In fact, originally, there's this first timer rate, when you never had them before. It was like $40 a month. You know, I'd say that was pretty reasonable. That also shows you about the streaming services. I've never got a streaming service, probably never will. Um, Partly because they're all woke, but also partly because I can't afford it. I can barely afford the internet by itself, and so you want me to pay, $10 on top of the internet just so I can watch TV. And now we have multiple services, each having being $10, and so now you want me to pay 30, 40, 50 on top of what I'm already paying, and I'm paying like $100, like almost $100, right? So it's like curse if they join Max's army. So it's like his army, Kurt, his army, Kurt, join Max's army. Kurt. Okay, I can cut that out. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a way too. Maybe I can downgrade my service, my internet speed, and yeah, I mean it'll kind of slow how much stuff I do. Just slow, meaning lower resolution and whatever. But at the same time, maybe it'll save me enough money, right? Unless I can get this thing going. If I can get this thing going, like I said, maybe I can have a Patreon, and I don't know. Um, it's probably too much to hope for, at least to start with, anyways. To get $100 a month, I'd have to have 10 people giving me $10 a month, you know, to be able to make that bill, or 20 people doing $5, or 40 people doing $2.50, right, or whatever, or 100 people doing $1 a piece, you know. So it's like that's something I don't count on having. That's something I hope to be able to have someday. But yeah, so we'll see. We'll see how this turns out. I figured the my problem the last time I was streaming my stuff is that I wasn't really making any progress. I did some. Okay, so I did some tutorials. You know, I did some sketching. You know, occasionally I do something in Blender. Like I tried to do the throne room in Blender, and it was okay, I guess. But none of it was actually getting that many views. Partly because I'm boring. Partly because I didn't put, you know, I didn't really do a lot of the editing bells and whistles that you see um, um, a lot of YouTubers do. In fact, I can't really do that with this style either because this style basically um, is basically me working on one project. So it's not like a story. It's not like you know, watch as I try to watch as I try to get done with this in a year, and then I'd have one really good video next year that wouldn't get me viewers. I mean, it gave me a little bit of viewers at the time, and that I did it. So, you know, one good video, that's not going to cut it. So I have to do these other ones. And then, of course, I also have to focus on the game to help. Here, maybe I can cut those a little bit. And send it here. That. To help. Yep, again. Agrees to help Kurt become the leader of the pack. Okay. Okay, we're up to 48. Um, to to be fair, this started at on 45 on the timeline, minute 45. And see something here. Okay, this is 16 frames in between. Let's zoom out and see where I'm at. So I'll zoom out. I'll know how to zoom back in afterwards, but yeah. See, it didn't even hardly 48, 28, 16. Okay. 48, 28, 16. Um, that's 10 minutes, and then 45, so that's 13 minutes. So far, 48, 28, 16. Okay. Let's go back to 48, 28, 16. Oh, looks like I got some time to go yet. Let's see. 32. Yeah. 38, 28, 16. There we go. Okay, this is where I was. And I had a little bit more spaced out. There we go. Yeah, so I almost shouldn't be doing it at this I almost shouldn't be editing at this granularity just because it's going to take forever just to get over there to 10 minutes. You know, I've only done like 2 minutes total here over my whole time, and it's already been 2.5 hours. In fact, I should do I should go ahead and do my break here in just a second, and I might do that. Anyways, yeah. So okay. Actually, this is good. This means that there's plenty of room here, extra room. Means potentially, you know, if I can save about a minute, I think it'll be worth it. I'll go ahead and leave it at a as 12 minutes. If I can get it down to 12 minutes or thereabouts, it could be just under 13 where it still says 12 in the minute part. Um, I think I could release it. Come on. I also wonder if it gets to a point of, yeah, it doesn't look like, oh, that's right. I have to be inside the thing or else it won't work. Um, I hope I hope I could get it down to 12 minutes or 12 minutes and something maybe. Hopefully. Oh, maybe I can do that. I'll take my break at 2:45 to 3:15. I don't know. It depends. I might end up calling it a day here in a sec. Just because I'm running out of stuff to talk about. Still in. Let's get this too. And wait, what am I doing? Okay, let's move that all the way over to the edge so it's still on screen. And let me rest of these very slim pickings. Okay. All right. That's probably too small. That's not too small. That's definitely not small right there. Okay. Delete, 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 and delete. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, there we go. It saved finally. And I'm not going to even worry about some of the things being cut off. Honestly, I don't know if anybody will even care to watch these. Uh, I gotta put them out though, basically. All right. That's what I thought. You probably couldn't tell it, but I could tell that there was a little bit of a stutter or something in the talking. Okay, and let's just delete everything. Backspace. No, let's see if we can do it. It did do it. Okay, good. Oh. Yeah, but then it had a problem. Control S. Backspace, 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 backspace. And go ahead and get this. Okay. Shift these a little bit. Alright. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Let's see some here. Okay. It's just now it's getting kind of pesky now. Here. All right. Where do I want to go now? Let's just go ahead and put this up here. And let's Control S again. And I'm going to go on break, I think. 240. So it's 240. So I'll still be back at 315. Okay, so I guess I'm going to take a break now. And I guess I'll see you on the other side of the break. Thanks for listening so far. And if I see you across the break, I'll see you then. On break. And my... And they begin to fight. John still has his silver ticket, and Max manages to grab it out of his coat. While still grabbing for the ticket, he pulls John down, and when he turns back, Max is just gone. Coming back down, out of breath and full of bruises and scratches, he notices the battle is almost over. As the battle comes to a close, the princess and Hubert manage states that John is probably going to become king. Hubert mentions the real king is still missing. He also mentions that Max is still alive somewhere. John mentions he wants to have a date with Princess Karen. Hubert finally sets it up and gives it some magical touches. He then leaves them in peace to eat dinner and to talk. The end. How do you like that? Line of my game. Before it's been really streamlined, I gotta streamline it still, but I'm gonna read it through once to get a sense of how everything worked together, and we'll see how this works out. Act 1. Enchanted Land's magical resort was sold to a mysterious figure by the ruler of the kingdom. This figure named Max has systematically closed down most of the resort. Many people have disappeared, including most of the friends of the wizard and chief advisor to the king, Hubert. Hubert gets external help by bringing in John, a young man from our realm. While on his way home from work, John stops in at a store, gets a favorite candy bar with a silver ticket inside. John looks at the the silver ticket and says some words in the fine print, and a portal opens. John steps through the portal into a train cabin when he sees a beautiful young woman. Chester, a friendly dragon, lands at the entrance to the Cave of Splendor. He walks around the cave system under Dragon Mount, trying to find his friends who are nowhere to be seen. Chester then leaves and flies around to find some of his friends. On his trip, he sees a village burned down by one of them and rams the dragon hard enough to stop. Before the other dragon could recover, Chester flies back to his cave to pick up a few shiny objects. He then goes out again searching for more of his friends. The beautiful young woman is kidnapped when the train cabin starts tumbling, causing John to fall and black out. John awakens in a forest without leaves as Hubert walks over and introduces himself. Hubert tells John that he brought him here to help him find out why Enchanted Lands was closed. Zanzibar the Great, a magician, con artist, and thief, manages to escape the police in our realm into Enchanted Lands. Zanzibar then does a few tricks for the first locals he sees. He then gets his pro, Corvus, to steal from them. Hubert sends John to night school and Princess Prep to figure out what's happening. Hubert himself goes to examine Wizard U and Fairy God College. Roland, the half-dwarf, half-giant, approaches the entrance to the dwarf mines. An old dwarf Roland knows stumbles out and tells him his dad is trapped in the Gnome Kingdom. At the night school entrance, John talks to the guards and then gains entrance to the school. After asking around, he learns the princess was going to speak at Princess Prep but never made it. Someone tells John the knights are using real weapons and dragons are terrorizing small villages. The Grand Enchanted Landian is the first stop on the princess's tour when John sneaks into Princess Prep. Zanzibar does some more shows, one with Max attending, and manages to steal from him without notice. Max later finds his money gone and then confronts Zanzibar and makes a deal with him. Max helps Zanzibar with larger productions in exchange for doing some tax collection for Max. As Chester catches up to Phil friends, he tries to break them out of the spell with some of the shinies. When that doesn't work, he tries to breathe fire on them. That doesn't work either. Desperate, he flies to Nestor's cave where Nestor's about ready to fight when Chester speaks. Chester and Nestor discuss the dragons, and Nestor tells Chester about Crooked Control. Hubert sneaks into Wizard U and examines the Hall of Fame paintings and notices one is missing. Roland goes into the dwarf's extensive and well-crafted mines. Remembering a secret entrance, Roland gets into the Gnome Kingdom. At Fairy God College, an old friend tells Hubert to violate his pact and forcing students to become evil witches. Roland happens to notice all the people working the mines and finally spots a giant chain to a smelter. The giant is Roland's dad and tells him to find Hubert and tell him Mac wants a lot of Quicksilver. John and Hubert rendezvous at Scarborough Fried Chicken at the Renaissance Fair. Since the princess was kidnapped for a reason, they decide to find her and rescue her if possible. Hubert contacts his old friend the Count and tells him to turn into a bat to see if he can find the princess. The princess, tied to a wine cask in the cellar, managed to escape her ropes with the help of some mice. She then tries to escape by getting into the dumbwaiter, to which she is forced upstairs. for a break. Okay, I'm gonna probably quit in about half an hour, like for today. So make it a little bit of an early day, a little bit of a short day, and I think I'm going to try. I'm going to try to skip through this a lot quicker if I can. So let's see how much I can get done here. So we're just gonna edit some of these down. And okay, I'll worry about closing the gaps a little bit. And I'm gonna try to make sure that I'm not gonna worry about too much about the real small gaps. I'm just gonna try to breeze through this kind of quick if I can manage it that way. You know, somewhere about half an inch or larger. I'll go ahead and then I don't really have any kind of rule for the beginning and end of a clip. Just I want to get through it as quick as possible, so that's what I'm going to do. And let's just periodically save. Okay. Arrows run to an empty carrot. 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 To an empty carrot. To an empty. To an empty. Run to an empty. To an empty carrot. I know. Don't worry about that. I won't even worry about the if it's a little bit if things are a little bit cut off. I just want to make sure that kind of some of the bigger deals uh, get cut. And then of course, like I said, the ends of the strips. Let's see here. Just gonna try to keep sure that keep it kind of quick and here, we'll just you know, occasionally I'll hit up one that's kind of smaller than you might think it should be, but I'm gonna try to be like quicker now. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Delete, delete. All right, let's go through the ends. I need to finish this up here. This is taking way too long. Because really, all I need to get is about another minute. That was my cutoff was a minute. Now, if you think a minute is 60 seconds. 60 seconds is 60 frames. 60 seconds, 60 frames. 60 times 60 is 360. 360 frames total. Maybe I can get that much off of this without actually having to like nitpick a lot of small deals. So, okay. All right. Delete, delete, delete. Next. This one's a good one. Good long one. And let's get one of these kind of shorter ones, I guess. So yeah, I'm just trying to skip through this as fast as possible so that I don't have to deal with this clip anymore. I could trash it and start over. I have a lot more footage to work with. Really, what I was going to do is just going to go ahead and play this this deal of me reading off the story outline, and then I was going to use those other clips as kind of a B-roll. Still might do that, but I guess we'll have to see. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. 2. All I need is down to 12 minutes, and then I'll have a little bit with the actually all that other footage, but at least I can be a little bit judicious about using that other footage. I might not even have to use the other footage, but I might do it anyways. Stealing and okay. Okay. And that and that. Delete, 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 delete. All right. Right now, I'm not even backspacing it. That is, I'm not even closing gaps right now. Why? Because I want to get through this as fast as I possibly can. Don't worry about it. Okay. And like I said, when 3:30 rolls around, I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna save it, and then I'm gonna quit. And slow down. And slow down a bit. Slow down a bit. All right, let's get this. Delete that. These edges. All right, let's do this. All right, we're kind of booking anyways. Kind of, sort of. All right. Delete. 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 Ends. Over. I almost should have just stuck with with these ends anyways. There's some of these where they're just, well, got it. Where it is just obviously just completely flatlined audio. Okay. Delete, 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 Control S. All right. See, we're almost to, now we're almost to 50. And if I keep going like this, of course, it's up to 59, so, you know. Okay. I'm going to take a chance. Oop. Chance. Take a chance, take a chance, take a chance. All right. And get this over here, and then we're just going to delete those. Delete. Delete, delete. All right. Stamp. Okay. So, okay, this is actually a good one. This has, it looks like some good space for some blank spots. Got it. And, okay. It's foot one. All right, fine. All right, let's just get these out of the way. That out of the way. That. Control S, because we don't want to lose any of that. Get some more of the ends. Okay, yes. Foot. Samson's foot. Samson's foot twice. She then. All right. All right. We do have a spot or two over here. It's meaning. Mm-hmm. 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 All right. Okay, let's just delete those. She asked. Okay. Bump. Bump. Yeah. And there's some spots where the gap is really wide, and so I'll go ahead and remove that. And okay, this one and okay. So delete, delete, delete. I'm gonna slide this. There. Okay. And some of these on the ends though are pretty big. That's promising. Keep in mind, I need about 360 frames or so. In other words, what am I saying? 360 frames or so for to get about a minute out of here. I need to excise about a minute. And I'm just going to go in here and do these two deals. Okay. So now we're at 50. Something to get to 59 though. I think. How am I gonna manage that? All right. Okay. Pretty close now. Confusion. All right, we'll get this. We'll get this little one too here. All right. All right. This is still taking forever. Plies. Plies. All right, that's enough for this one. Problem is, I don't know how. I don't know how much I've gotten down so far. I mean, that's kind of the problem. Okay, so here's a few smaller ones. Let's just get these out of the way because there's plenty of them. All right, delete, 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 delete. Okay. Let's just go ahead and there we go. Well, I mean, I did get plenty out of here anyways, regardless. There we go. Okay. Where? Okay, screenshot that. Cancel. Selection. Okay. 58 something something something. Okay. Oh. Okay, now it's gotta pause again. Good, did it. Where are we at? 5807. It's still 13, but hey, it did get down to some degree, some stage. Okay, so let me check. Okay, what time is it? 3:24. I've got to almost be done for today, or at least here on stream. Um, where are we at? 50, 33, 32. Okay. All right. Let's zoom out. $36 to $40. That is not it. Oh. 4 to 12. 8, 24. 8 to 4. Wait. 12, 12. Oh, 16 to 48. 16 to 32. There we go. That's. Oh, it has a little bit more than that, though. That's more like stretched out a little bit like this. All right. Yep. Okay. I mean, almost got it, really. But occasionally there is a spot. And put them on. And put them on. John. All right. Might be able to pick up what I need with the almost with the just the ends here. Except this one looks like pretty big. It's pretty big. I will delete it. I'll try to delete it. Okay. $328. Dang. not close enough. Okay. Okay, I think I should probably here put about here. Uh, what was that? 50, 33. Okay, 50, 33. Um, all right, let's get this. All right. I don't know. I guess this should be about it, right? At least for today. Hmm? All right, let's see if we got any more, which we got a few more left. And let's see if that's the last one, which looks like it is. Backspace. 5108. All right. That'll have to be good enough right today because I'm going to be about done here, I guess. Actually, this is quicker. And I don't know what I'll do about this stuff over here. We'll see, I guess. Let's see how long are these? These are about 43 minutes. 43 minutes. Oh. Um Before I shut down here, let's check something out here. Okay, let's find Sir William again. They're gonna have to infiltrate. Okay, Sir William, Sir William. Sir William. John goes back to night school. You know what I ought to do? I don't need this as he gets ready here. Subplot is fine. Maybe we'll do Act 1, which is... So I needed to correct that, and I decided that... okay, so maybe what I ought to do is... I'm not sure, but maybe do something a little bit fancy. I've been doing these each different ways, and so when they come on, there's going to be like no real consistency to them, which is probably a bad thing. But I'll probably end up fixing that up to where I do have a consistent like format that I use. But what I might do here is I might take all these clips and strip the audio, and then I might go ahead and squeeze time lapse, put these in a meta strip, speed control them down to about the same length as that edited clip up there, and shrink it down as it's sped up. Shrink it down to a small like thumbnail size, and put it on one side of the screen, and then throughout the whole video have it go to the other side of the screen. I mean, it's not anything real spectacular here, but it might just make an interesting kind of video for it. I mean, might could work maybe, right? So let's see. Let's actually. I guess what I'll do is I'll disconnect all these. So all of these, right? I want to make sure that the oh, the exit's down there. Okay, and it's not selected. Okay. Um, let's just go ahead and disconnect strips. Okay. Let's go ahead and select all the audios, because that one is going to count as the audio. So let's make sure that this is on, and we're actually gonna move everything right up in here. I don't even care if it doesn't really... All right. Save it, and then what we do is... Now I don't know if it's, that's still like 13 minutes. In fact, let's go ahead and do something else here too with the layout. Let's go ahead, let's go ahead and just take this, and let's actually move it. Here, let's see some here. I want to make sure it's aligned with the... There. So its total is about, what, 13 minutes? And I might, later on, I might go ahead and actually... Let's do this. All right, so let's take these, make a meta strip. Then let's go ahead and add a speed control. Well, I was going to quit now, but on to this. 13 minutes. Maybe I'll just leave it. Shoot, let's leave it. I don't know if anybody would care anyways. Add effect strip, speed control. Okay. Let's actually move this guy. All right. And let's make sure that we're right and right. You know what? I don't care if it's 13 minutes. We'll leave it. 13? 13 is fine. Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know if 13 is fine. It looks like there's some spots in here. Here, let's this doesn't matter. Actually, this doesn't matter. Let's there's some of this. Okay. Do that. Let's turn snapping off. Wasn't gonna do this really, but some spots on here. Let's see if I can get these real quick. It's just because this is the ending, that's why it's got some open spaces here. That. Let's put this in here like this. All right. Delete, 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 delete. And I guess, I don't know. I wasn't going to, but okay. Okay. Delete. Go here. And, oh, I can't. Doug, grunt. Hurry up. Thank you. Drag this over here somewhere. I don't care. All right, fine. Not worry about it. I will worry about this one though, because it looks like it's far out. That. Don't worry about this one though. I wasn't going to do this ways, but what the heck, right? I'm going to definitely be done at 4. For sure. For reals. Let's just Control S. To wait for it to save because it's memory dumping or something. And if it locks up, it's not a big deal because I did save it half the time. 2, 3, 4. Annoying. It hasn't. Well, okay. I can say it hasn't crashed on me, but it has froze up. I mean, it's done this where basically I do a bunch of edits, and I think I have too many edits in there, and then I try to do one more thing, and then it hangs, and usually it just hangs for a minute or two before it finishes up. Sometimes, like here, it's actually there. We go. And backspace. Jump. I'm so close. Okay. Let me do one thing here. Weekend at Bernie's. I'm just reopening it. And let's see, it's having a time. Interesting. Okay, that's the minute strip over here. Hmm, it's a nice chunk. All right, one more. Yeah, there's a few spots in here. Not many, but occasionally. $350, huh? All right. Delete, delete. Backspace, backspace. Oh, that's a big long one. All right. Now, wait. I guess I went too far. How come the window never goes with the playhead too? I mean, it may be kind of annoying because you're trying to work on something, but sometimes. See, now it's just under. If I wanted to, it's just, just at the edge of 13. I think maybe that's okay though, right? That's okay. Edge of 13. Okay. And let's see, we're gonna have Metastrip is gonna be over the top of this. So let's see, do I have enough room? I do have enough room. Okay. Let's take that and let's move it. Actually, that's probably correct. All right. Actually, let's do it this way. I keep forgetting. Control S. Okay, let's do the thing. You know the thing. You know the thing. I know the thing. Everybody knows the thing. Okay, good. Do this again. Both of these. I can't do it that way. Oh, doggone ya. Now it's 3:56. Okay. Okay, good. Now, here's the thing with this. The thing with this is I'm going to see if I can shrink this size. Maybe I have to do that to all the video clips. Metastrip, transform. There we go. Scale X, scale Y. .1 and also 0.1. Tiny. Of course, it's tiny. Um, let's right there. And all right. Well, okay. What if I, all right. What if I put 0.25? and make this 0.25. Okay, let's save it. And it's 350. Let's do something else. Let's take both of these, move these out here a ways, so that way I can. No, I guess I can't really do that, can I? Okay. Let's do this. Let's see about dealing with this. So, actually, yeah, okay, that's one. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Let's add a color strip. Where is the color strip? Okay. That's actually okay. Can can I change the? There we go. So we want to do the same thing here. 5. Actually, we don't. Let's do something to this. Transform. Let's make this like 2, and let's make this 2. Color strip can be 0.25 and 0.5, like so. All right. We want to position them like that. Let's make this 390. 390. This we want. No. This. Should go the same amount of time to be in the same place, I think. So should both be 390. Actually, okay. Let's do one more thing though on the color thing. Let's instead of scaling it 0.25 on the X, let's put it 0.225 on the X. Perfect. All right. Then now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to position it to where it's what do you have, 390, 400? Okay, so we're going to say, okay, 390. I'm going to say it's about 400 from the bot. Is that, 10 from the bottom. So that way I can do it 10 from the side. If I do 10 from the side, okay. So what we want to do is we're taking this, we're going to take the X all the way to almost to the left, where it's almost like 10, I think. Is it, is it 720? 7, I don't know, I guess I have to eyeball it because I can't really tell. Here. Actually, eyeballing it from here looks all right. $30 or 1, 2, 3.5, something like that. So here, let me get 730, and that should be okay, right? Okay. I meant to use this, and what we're going to do here is we're going to do, so this one is 730, and this one should also be 730. That's where we're going to start it off at. 730. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to take the color thing and I'm going to put it back into the middle X-Y's. So we're going to be 0 because we are going to scale that out. So we're going to scale this. I'm going to scale X. And scale X. Yeah. That's almost about right. 0.75. 9.8. Okay. And then okay, I should go in there. It looks like Dad's up and I should have been off of here already. So let's do that. Then we're going to take this, and what we're going to do is, wait a second. Oh, right. Of course, what am I thinking? This is going to be the background here. Okay, so we are going to take the meta strip, and we are right on this, and we're going to position X, and then we're going to just, like, I guess plus 730 or something. I'm not sure if that works out quite right, but we're going to see if that's the case. So this, uh-oh, doggone it. That's the crap out of me now. Okay, there we go. Okay, so then, wait a second. What the? Where? Try this again. Control S. Let's try this again. Position X. Gonna save it. Okay. And we're gonna go all the way down to the end. Back up. And we are going to shift the position to 730 there. And we are going to hit there. That. So that means that this, like that. And then we're going to take this. We're going to save it. Move the sucker back. Make sure that we're right on the money. I wonder if I should add opacity to these. Opacity. I can easily animate the opacity of the color dealy. I don't know about these other strips so much. Yeah. I don't know. Let's see if we can do them as a group. What the heck happened? Okay. So let's get all these together. And page up there like that. And we're gonna say meta strip. No, we're not gonna say the meta strip. Control S. Do this. All the way down here. And we're going to drive this all the way down. Oh, interesting. And so that way, like that. Now the question is, can we do that with just these? Can we do a... It's still doing the color strip though. It's not doing... Hmm. Maybe I should just leave it. I don't care. But we'll do it. But oh, it's still doing it over the stupid color strip? Okay, fine. What if that happens if I make it a meta strip? And why is it putting it up there when it should be down here? Oh. Meta strip is what I wanted to do. Okay, wait a second. We're on the meta strip? Okay, maybe I can do that then. Do that. Let's go page up. Let's make that all the way down. Like that. You can't do that on a meta strip either, can you? I mean, it has it here. It's just not going to do it. It's not going to do that for any of these. Okay, let's do something here. Let's clear, clear fade. Okay. Let's go, okay, let's go tab into it. Okay. We're selecting all. All right. So I can't do anything with the strips, huh? I have to do it through a single strip. I can't do it with all the strips. Dang it. Well, it's kind of annoying for me, but whatever. Meta strip doesn't fade out. All right. Meta strip in Blender 4.3 VSE won't let me fade out. And Blender's, if you're having trouble figuring out, you can so. No. Okay. Blender 4.3 VSE. I have several clips I want to act as a single one, and I want it to fade out to transparent, but it won't won't work on a meta strip. Default blend mode for meta strip is replaced, which might not allow fading to achieve. You can adjust the material settings for the clips within the meta strip. For instance, you can use a mix shader node between the regular material and the transparent one, and keyframe the mix factor to create a fade effect. Additionally, ensure that's a little advanced here. Um, for option to fade out a strip in Blender, cross effect strip to black, gamma cross, animate opacity over black, animate color multiply. Is there any difference between these methods? Open the scope. What? He's great as a test into his VSE and. Hmm. All right. Well, tab back out of it. Hmm. Hmm. How come again? Just set it and have it fade out. Fade out. Clear fade. Okay, I don't care. Let's just. How come that doesn't even work? Okay, what about alpha under? Did it do anything? No. So you can't do anything with meta strips, can you? Okay. Uh, Blender 4.3 VSE. Fade. How to fade out multiple video clips. Add a black color strip. No, it's not. I'm not trying to get it to fade to black. Yeah, I know. I could actually fade in black and it will look like it disappeared. Not to black. To transparent. That. Overlap your videos and select the video you want to fade out. No. Mm. I still can't do like. How come I can't fade? Why it doesn't allow me to fade? I'd have to do every single stupid clip, and then I'd have to. Well, actually, there's not that many clips, I guess, but wait, how many clips do I have here? See something here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 clips. You know what? Let's 0.9 it. 0.9. Okay. Let's tab out of this. Tab back into it. Okay. Let's make this so 0.8. I could really animate it if I wanted to. 0.7. 0.6. It's kind of advanced to do it. I mean, it's kind of tedious or whatever. 0.4. Wait. 0.3. Oh. 0.3. 0.2. Point 1. And I could actually, okay, so I could actually do that. Let's make this, okay, fine. We'll do it like this. Page up. Put it at 0.9. Wait a minute. Enter that. Page up, arrow back. 0.8. Enter. Did it. Okay. Then go up one. And make this 0.8. Actually, let's do it like this. 0.8. 0.7. Nine. Okay, full. 9, 8, 7.6. Point 5. 0.4. 0.3. 0.1. We'll do it like that. Okay. So, all right. Page up, page up. Page up. Okay, that. It. Okay. 8. Okay, 1 to 9, 9 to 8, 8 to 7. Point 7, enter that. Up. Okay. Seven. 2. Starts at 0.7. Page down. Keyframe. Page up. Back arrow 1. 0.6. Keyframe. Select. Up. Keyframe. Page up. Arrow down. 0.5. Keyframe. Page up. Okay. And we're at 5. Keyframe. Now, page up, down arrow. We're going to say, we're going to make this 0.3, 3 like that. I'm going to keyframe that. And we're going to page up. I'm going to select this one. Okay, we're going to start with 0.3. Make that keyframe. Keyframe. Page up. Page up. Arrow over. 0.2. Enter. Keyframe. Page up. Select. That was 0.2, so we start with 0.2. Enter. Keyframe. Page up. Page down. Make this 1. 1. Keyframe. Page up. Select it. 1. Keyframe it. Page up. Page up. Page up. Down 1. It's going to be 0. Enter. Keyframe. Control. Save. Yeah. All right. It's kind of okay. Now let's go back to, let's tab out that, and I'll just do it like that. How about that? That sounds good. And backspace. Let's take the overlay text. Let's put it up here. Okay, so first thing I want to do here is that, and this goes to there. Now the overlay text. Why location? Oh, interesting. Okay, let's type something overlay text. Let's say finishing up the first run plot outline. Okay. And this, let's just do a basic fade in, fade out, fade in and out. That. Clear, fade, save. Start there. Wait a second. All right, something's wrong here. What's wrong here? Oh wait, this is okay. This is all here. That means that meta strip. Can we? No. Crap. All right. Oh, tab out. Wait, where is? What's going on here? What is going on? Oh, what the heck? I see. And clear fades? Do they all have fades on? How do they all have freaking fades on them? Oh my goodness. Uh, how come all of these have fades? Clear fades, fade, clear fade. All right. All right. Is it gone now? Okay. Tab out. Okay. So, but I'm gonna read it through once to get a sense of how. Okay. Mute. Mute. Okay. All right. Let's leave it like that. Shadowlands update 23. Save. We're gonna save it. We're gonna leave it like that. I don't even care. Doggone ya. All right. I guess I should have quit this dang thing a long time ago. Come on, save for me. Please. Okay. Page up. Page up. Thank you for watching. Control C. Control V. There. S. Good. I got 23 done. I'm counting 23 as done. And I am counting this stream as done. So, stream is done. All right. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Well, thanks for watching. Yeah, it was boring. Whatever. I finally got it done. At least I got that one thing done. So, I'll see you on Monday, where we'll do some more game development. Thanks. Thanks for watching. Thank you for watching.